Uh-huh. Why you like this? Okay. Okay, so today we're gonna try and fix everything, but, as is usual, it is never guaranteed. So, I think, well, the last we ended off, we kind of reached a conclusion that maybe to fix it, we need to not add the original modifiers. So I'm gonna do that. Because the armor values is the delta armor. Which is the armor classification. No, it's not. This is the delta armor. And this is just used there. But that's the original armor values, which I don't think we want to do. I think we only want this. I think. I don't actually know. Because now we have the rest of it working. The problem is that it's just not applying the right things. So I'm thinking we don't want to have it apply the original modifiers. I'm just gonna leave that there as a note to future me. Once it finishes loading my Gradle stuff, come on. Come on, you can do it. I believe in you. I believe in you that believes in me that believes that you will hurry the heck up. As will Overwolf. Why did my computer just beep at me? That's lovely. I love it beeping at me. Uh-huh. You know, this is always something I forget to set up ahead of time. Opening all the folders and blah 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 and everything that I know I'm gonna need. Okay, build this. There you go. Good stuff. Okay, where we at? Where we at? I don't know where we at. Probably. Actually, wait. Go here. I know what I'm doing. I've always known what I'm doing. You're still freaking doing it? What's taking you 9 years? No, we don't need that. We need this because we need to do this. Wait, here and then here. There we go. Okay. And then get rid of that. I wait for this to finish. Basically. Is this a collection of... Oh yeah, because it's a map. Yeah, okay. Are you done? Oh my gosh, you're still not done. Well, we still have to wait for the launcher to do its thing too, so that's fair. I say that, and the launcher has decided to hang. Cool, that's really dumb. Hey, not like it matters, we haven't even finished compiling. So we're just gonna be here. Oh my gosh, it did it. No, it's still not done. You're joking. Okay, it's finally done. Wow, that took forever. I can finally check to see if it works. Dude, everything's just taken forever. Wow, it's finally working. Yay, it finally is working. That took forever. Now the question is, does it even work? I don't even know. We're gonna find out. So this should... This is less piercing effectiveness, so I should take more damage, in theory. How do you shoot my leg, bro? And my body? Oh my gosh, dude, this is so dumb. Okay, please... Can I clear a specific effect? Can I clear a specific effect? That'd be neat. Yeah, I can. So if I do this, I can do effect clear. That should not have taken all effects. Yeah, let me... Sorry, I wanna make life easy here. Okay, I don't know if I can. Well, I mean, I can, but I would need, it'd be tricky. This would be test 4. I need to figure out... Because I should have an active effects list. MBT equals, like, active effects. I don't even know if it works in this version. And then there's that, right? Always active. This is going to be repeat. Yeah, it's an invalid selector argument. I see. I guess that's not a thing. Yeah, that was 1.13 added NBT. Okay. There's nothing I can do to remove that nausea effect. I want to remove it. But that cannot be done. Unless I can just go here and... Nope, there's nothing. That's fine. Whatever. We'll deal with it. I have no idea where they shot me. They had an enchanted bow. How am I supposed to know? Okay, yeah, they have an enchanted bow. That's not okay. I don't want you to have an enchanted bow, good sir. Thank you. So this has extra piercing? Yeah, so this has extra piercing. Stop shooting me randomly. Okay, that's 1.84 damage. Not bad. And that's 2.64. Actually more damage. That seems correct. 2.64 and then 1.84 or whatever. Yeah, 1.84, 2.64. That seems correct. What matters is that fundamentally getting hit is different, and the iron helmet is providing more armor than the chain helmet, which is providing less armor, because even though they have the same locational armor, one has extra piercing effectiveness, the other one has less piercing effectiveness. This is basically 1.5 armor instead of 2 armor base, and this is like 2.5 armor or something, I don't know. And more importantly, this, which doesn't have anything, should be like some metric in between or something, right? 2.9. Yeah, because I think it defaults to having no armor effectiveness. Because it's just not configured at all. Which means it doesn't add anything to it. One of these things is... Yeah, it's using the default armor the default armor distribution, which is no effectiveness. Right. Okay. No, that's right, because it has no armor, no effectiveness, which is basically 0%, which means it just uses its regular stuff. Which means you would take more damage with the nickel helmet than the chain helmet, because the chain helmet basically gets plus 75%. Because it's... Now, we could subtract the original amount so that it is offset. Right, because if I subtract the original amount, like let's say this is like 2 armor, right? And then minus 25% puts it at 1.5, which means I'm adding 1.5, so I have 2 plus 1.5, which is going to be, you know, not correct. It's going to be 3.5 armor. Whereas this is going to provide 2 armor. Right, so basically what should happen is that this should provide less protection because this doesn't have anything. This should provide less protection than this, which should provide less protection than this against the arrow. Because this isn't configured. This is configured. Right, so if it's not configured, it's basically 0%. Or I guess in this case, minus 100%. Minus 100% piercing effectiveness. Minus 25% piercing effectiveness. And then plus 25% piercing effectiveness. But since this doesn't have anything, it doesn't apply anything. Whereas this applies a minus 1.5. So I should, because it's gonna add, I need to subtract that. So this should be 1.5, this should be 0, and this should be 2.5, or whatever it is, right? But it's gonna add 2 to each one. Because this modifier is 1.5, not minus 1.5, this modifier is 1.5. This modifier is 2.5. And this modifier is 0. I took 2.9 with that on, right? Yeah, I took 2.9. And this was like 2.84. Let me check these values again. So this is gonna be like 2.9. That did 1.62. Oh, the damage was 3. That was not. That was weak. 2.24. Okay, we'll go with that then. 2.24 if it's 4 damage base. Come on. Yeah, that sounds alright. $2.64. Wait a second. 2.24 with the nickel helmet, 2.64 with the chain helmet. Yeah, because it's applying a minus 0.5. So this is actually deducting stuff. But is this applying anything? When I got hit by the... I don't think that's applying any, what's that? We are trying to fix things. Yeah, because that's 0. That's 0. It should use the original effectiveness, or it should use 0% effectiveness, right? Because that's what I have here. Default armor distribution is no effectiveness. So it has 0. This has 0% effectiveness. It should, anyway. Wait, this was 2.9. 2.64. I think the values are wrong. I need to look at it again. Okay, I take how much damage? 5, 2.9. Okay. When I take 5 damage, I take 2.9. Hello. When I take 4 damage, I take 2.64. That's not okay. That's still 4 damage. Please, please, please be 5 damage. All right, fine. You want to do 4 damage? Then we'll rerun the calcs on this one. 4 is 2.64. 3 is 1. Why are you hitting me? Why can't you hit me for 4 damage? What is your dysfunction, buddy? Or you can hit me for 5 damage. When can you hit me for 4 damage? 4 damage. 2.24. 2.24. And then chain was 2.64. See, chain's taking more. It should not be taking more. And why is it taking more? Why is it taking less? Is it because it's... Because this does not have 0% effectiveness, basically. It's almost like it has 100% effectiveness. It's 0%. It's literally 0%. Wait a second. It maps it to 0. Yeah, it maps it to 0. It should be 0. It should be 0. Fundamentally, the delta armor is 0. The delta armor is 0 because... Well, okay. What happens here? Walk me through this. Walk me through this. All right, let's walk through the process. It's basically on hurt that we care about it. No, because hurt. No. Hurt is what it cares about. Okay. Upland implementation of hurt. That's what matters. Because then it does this. Okay, so blah blah blah. There's no shield. That's not relevant. That's fine. That's whatever. We have armor calcs enabled. We classify the armor. So first thing we do is we classify the armor. That is going to go to the armor classifier, and that's going to classify the armor based off the armor classifier. What the armor classifier is going to do is it's going to get the item stack from the slot, out of the valid slots, which is going to be the head in this context, right? Well, the head's the only slot that really matters because it's the only slot I have armor in. So now it's going to get armor values from the stack. So there's a slotted stack, the slot it's in, the defender, the source, and the amount. So we get stack only armor values. The stack only armor values is just going to be like the well, I don't want a stack.getItem.get attribute modifiers. We want stack.getAttribute modifiers for the slot. As we want for that. And then we iterate. That's not really going to change too much, but that's fine. We're going to map it to double. We're going to get the attribute. Yeah, we're gonna get all the toughness and the armor stuff from it, and then return the new armor values with that. And that, for an item armor, the stack.get attribute modifiers is going to do the item.get attribute modifiers. Because the stack's not going to have an attribute modifier as key, so it's just going to do item.get attribute modifiers, which is going to return this, and item thing's going to do that, and then our mixin's going to fire, right? And we have to make sure that our mixin works correctly here. Because our item mixin is going to modify this return value. The stack isn't empty, but it also doesn't have any attribute modifier keys. It doesn't have a tag compound. It doesn't have any. Yeah, it doesn't have a tag compound. Basically, that's the thing. So we're just going to return the original, which is going to not change anything in this instance. And then, where are we at? Are we in the armor classifier? Okay. Hold on. This going through this is taking longer than I anticipated. Let's walk through it. So we get the armor values from the stack. Which gets the slotted stack, all of that stuff. It gets debugged, that's whatever, we don't care about that. So the armor values from the stack, in this case, is just going to be the 2 armor, right? Good. And 0 toughness. And we put that in the map. In the AV map. That's the armor values map. And we have the armor, and we have the toughness. And then we get the armor resistances for the slotted stack. And we map it. We distribute the armor and toughness. And we put that in the A map. And then we return an armor classification of the A map and the armor values. And that's the distributed armor effectiveness. Okay, then where do we go? We are here. We've classified the armor. We set the armor classification to that. We remove the types that aren't relevant. And then we merge. We do this. So the armor calc rule merge. Our armor calc rule is probably just add or whatever, but it doesn't matter. Because classified for each armor map, there's only the one armor map. Map.values.stream.map. In that slot, we need to... This is for if there's like multiple types, but there's only the one thing. So it's just going to put that into the armor vals map, which is the delta armor. And this is the armor map. Which it has distributed 0 points to. Then first aid does its thing, and we have... Well, don't we have an armor modifier in... No. We have the mix-in here. Wait, no, we have not actually applied it yet. right? Because we're still here in this one. We are still here because we did that, and then yeah, that's whatever. And then we get the Delta armor. It's present, and now we apply our armor modifier injectors, where it modifies this. And that does this. And then this goes along, and it applies 0, right? Because it distributed 0 to that thing. And this is how I don't think it really matters the way this works, but just for context, what is our rule here? What rule are we set to? Our rule is set to average. Again, it's not that important because this should only be one element long. And it averages to nothing, right? Like it doesn't actually change anything. Map.values. The map is the armor map, which distributes a type, right? This for each armor map. The armor map is a DDD map, so it distributes a type to armor values. Uh-huh. Yeah. Okie doke. And just for context, what is our negative armor handling is default, which again, I don't think it matters that much, but so we map each thing. This is a stream of armor values. Yeah, because this is the armor map. We stream the armor values, and then we get the original. And we subtract. Oh, because this is where we get the difference. That's the interesting thing. Because this thing, this should be spitting out Armor values for slot head. The armor values are 0. Why are the armor values 0? Because the original armor values for the slot... Armor values for... Okay, so nickel helmet armor values, it's 2. That's what was debugged out in the armor classifier. That's armor classification. That's what was debugged here. Nickel thing, and then that, which is its actual thing. It has 2. Uh-huh. And then armor values for slot head is 0. I need to know what the frickin' thing is. Well, I mean, I know what the thing is. It's telling me that the AV is 2. Because this is for each armor map, right? Yeah, for each armor map. So then, what are we putting in the armor map here? In the armor map, it's the distribution, which should just be 0. But perhaps it isn't. This target categories. Yeah, it should just return this. If I'm on no effectiveness. Because when it tries to get the armor resistances, it should return the default armor resistances, because this doesn't have anything. So since it doesn't have anything, then it maps it, it updates it if it finds it, but it doesn't, so it returns this. Which should be this. Which should be this. Which means when it calls distribute armor on that, it should be calling this implementation, which should return just an empty map for the armor classification. Armor classification. So this is an empty map. It is present, so it puts that empty map into the slot. And it's empty. And then it returns this. Yeah, and then this is just, it's a DD base map, which is this, and then when it calls get on it, it does get or default. And the key doesn't exist in the map because there's nothing in the map, so then it returns the default value, which is just a empty set of armor values, which is a 0 armor value. Yeah, this is the distributed armor map. So then when we go here and we set a new armor values map, we get the delta armor. Yeah, because that's for the damage calculation. And then we get it, and then we set it. And the way we set it is that for each one, we put in the armor values, we merge all of that, which is 0. There should be 0, right? Unless this is doing something else. No, it's not, because it said it's an instance of item armor, so we get valid armor slots. Armor map and armor values. That's the original armor values, which is what it does here. It subtracts the original armor values. So, the original armor values, and it doesn't change it in any way, the original armor values is 2. Yeah, it sets it to 2. Oh, wait. No, it doesn't make any sense. This dot sub av dot sub. What are you doing? Oh, wait, yeah, because it's doing that. av dot sub. So this being subtracted, so it takes this and it subtracts that. But it gets 0. I don't understand why it gets 0. That doesn't make any sense. That actually makes negative sense. It should Because for the armor values for the thing, actually, maybe that's right. Hold on, now I'm confusing myself. So for this, it says armor values for slot head is 0 and 0. That makes sense. That makes sense because it doesn't have any armor values in that slot. Right? So that tracks. I don't know how it gets 0, but it gets 0. That's fine for me. That's my body. Armor values for slot head, this is minus 0.5. The chain helmet has armor value 2. Which means this thing here, this thing here, it's not getting 0. It's like getting all effectiveness. Because if it would get all effectiveness, then that would make sense. Hold on, there's something amiss here. I think this is under the resistance category. A. So I have implied armor parsing, averaging, and my default armor distribution is no effectiveness. So it should be 0. So it should be set to -2. It should be -2. Why is it not -2? Oh, wait. Okay, because if this were 2, for each armor map. Yeah, so that's distributed armor effectiveness, which is an armor map. Map.values. It streams it. It should be. For each armor map, we remove the types that aren't being used. The original armor value should be 2, because that's what goes in the AV map. It gets this, which is 2, right? It literally says it was 2. So that's that. And then if that's 2, so that's 2. And then that just remains 2. And then we subtract 2. But this is not 2. And I subtract the armor and the toughness, which should be 2. And it sets the values. This dot armor minus that armor, this dot toughness minus that toughness, which literally does this. And then this goes to here, which goes to here, which goes to here, which is what it is mapped to. And then we merge it because we take a stream of armor values. And this should only be for... Well, this should be a stream of all the armor values for all the types, right? Because I remove every type that's not there. Wait a second. For each armor map. That has nothing. It doesn't have values of 0. It's empty. That's the difference. That's the difference. The difference isn't that this is getting 0. The difference is this is empty. Now, normally for a non-null map, that doesn't matter. But here it does, because these values are only going to get the values that actually exist in the map. And our default thing, our default armor distribution, just returns an empty armor map. This is empty. This is different from an armor map with all zeros. This is empty. And there is a distinct difference. Which means I don't actually want to... I don't think I want to override it. So this has to be a little bit different. Because having nothing defined means it does it a little differently. And this map here is just going to remove the types that aren't there. So that only the types that are used remain. Now, in the instance where an armor piece, let's say it's fire damage, and the armor piece doesn't have any fire effectiveness, then the map is empty. And normally, what that just means is that the armor values are 0. We don't want -2 armor values. Do we? Normally without first aid, without considering first aid for a second. This should be I think it'd be interesting in negative admit to a point. Like I do handle negative stuff. But the problem is whether or not the calculation is done correctly. So, okay. If let's walk through where an armor piece doesn't have fire effectiveness, but is fire damage, right? In that case, it doesn't have fire effectiveness, which means this didn't even have a thing, right? And then all the types are removed, so the map's empty. And then values over an empty thing is going to be completely empty. Everything's going to be empty, which means this merge is going to be 0. It's going to be 0 and 0. Because this doesn't do the subtraction. We don't subtract it because there's nothing here. And that's the thing. So for each type that's not defined, I need to insert 0. Basically. So that it's all 0. Because if it's not defined, right? If it's not defined, it shouldn't provide any effectiveness against the type. Specifying minus 100% effectiveness, or specifying like 0% effectiveness, should be the same as not specifying it at all. Maybe. Probably. Hello! Hi! Thank you for coming in for a bit. I have a drink here. Hmm. I guess it really depends on what you want to define. Where's the armor? This thing here. We use a default armor distribution. No effectiveness, basically meaning it should go right through the armor. No effectiveness, according to this, no effectiveness, armor not defined will have no effectiveness. DDD calculated damage will effectively go right through the armor. Now, does it go right through the armor? Because this does get 0. Right? Which is... Well, see, that's the thing. That's the thing. For, like, the nickel helmet, this gets 0. For the chain helmet, this gets minus 0.5, which means it's not going through the armor. It should be minus 2. Yeah, thank you for dropping in. The modding is... We're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere, I think. I just need to now inject zeros. But I have a set of damaging types, right? So I can just do damaging types dot for each, check if the classified thing has it, right? It should be damaging types dot for each this is a type, and then it's classified dot for each armor map slot map. I think I want, like, if not map dot contains key, because the armor map, this is an armor map, so it has that. If it doesn't contain the key, then we do map dot put t, and then we do armor values dot 0. We just throw in 0 because it shouldn't have anything. You could argue that maybe this should be done way earlier or whatever, but I think this is actually a good spot to do it because this is right before it's actually going to be iterating over everything, and the types that are not present in the armor distribution should be able to cleave right through, which should be this. Because now it'll actually put 0 in it, and so now it'll actually get 0, it'll actually subtract 2, and we will get minus 2, and the nickel helmet will take more damage because it's that. But in the instance where we have all effectiveness or something, it gets all the types, and then in the map it puts 1.0 in everything, right? Which means, like, everything is captured. I think this was a slight error in how missing types are handled. So that's a thing. And of course, there would be some kind of small, tiny missing error or whatever, but whatever. I think this now... Sure, that makes sense. If it does not contain the key, then we put in 0 for each of the armor maps. Okay, that sounds decent. Now, under that premise, we now have that this would now work correctly. The nickel helmet will take more, and then yeah, everything works. This fixes everything. I should probably check that is in fact how that works. I don't really want to, but I know I probably should. Because I'm pretty confident it works after that discussion, but you never know, you know? So let's just remove that. This will build, we'll do that, and then we will wrap this first aid issue. Then we get to do some actually fun and interesting stuff. Yay, fun and interesting stuff. It's still first aid related, believe it or not, so we can't even go back to electroblobs. Not yet, not yet. There we go. Let's verify. The problem was twofold. A, armor calculations weren't working completely correctly, and given the complex nature of DDD, that's not entirely surprising. And first aid is not applying the attribute modifiers correctly, which, given the nature of first aid, is also not really that surprising. Funnily enough. So, this, given that I take the same damage, which of course the skeleton will never inflict the same damage because it's a freaking pain in the ass, but given that, this, I should take more damage with this than I should with this. And I should take more damage with this than I should with this. In spite of the fact that they all provide 13 locational armor. With no other hidden stuff. It's just, this has no armor effectiveness. This has minus 25% piercing effectiveness, which is basically 75% piercing effectiveness, basically. So this is like 0%, 75%, and 125%. that's basically how that is. Now, of course, this only freaking does anything if it shoots me in the head. Shoot me in the head. You dumb idiot. Okay, I took 3.68 damage. That's a lot of damage. And sure enough, it should state that it should say that yeah, because it's -4. Yeah, it's -4 because the armor values for slot head is -4. Why is it -4? Why is it -4? Okay. Well, all right. Look. We'll look at that in a second. Under that pretense, this should not be 3.68. Actually, what was the damage I took to begin with? It was 4, right? Yeah, okay. So, just so that I actually have a reference. Wow, reference. We're gonna make a little section for first aid relevant stuff. And we're gonna make it here. And so that I don't forget what it is, we're gonna make a little cross. This is for first aid. Yes, I am this excessive. I just don't want to forget these values over and over again. I'm kind of tired of doing that shit, so. Over here, we will have signs. And we will have a chest that has stuff in it that is relevant here. I guess this is under decorations. Yeah. Knuckle, yes. I can't spell. So nickel has minus 100% effectiveness. 3.68. And then, well, this is chain, right? So we have to figure that out now. Nope, 0. Okay. What's up? That's, if you kill me, I'm gonna be pissed. 2.64. Okay, so that's still 2.64. That's 1.84. That looks pretty good to me. Yeah, and it was all 4, so that's fine. Now, why it does that, I don't know. And those all seem to be about right. I don't know why this... I don't know why this is 0. Or why it's 4. Or whatever. Because there's only one damaging type. We put 0 there. And we sub this. The original armor values are 2, right? Like, I'm not crazy. The original armor values are 2. Nickel helmet, armor values are 2. Armor values for slot head is minus 4. So this thing, it's using the default distribution. It gets that. It has nothing to remove. The damaging types is only piercing. It classifies as just piercing. That's what it said. It said it was only piercing. Damage classification is for piercing damage. Why is the armor values minus 4 when the actual armor values are 2? Because then, for the chain helmet, it correctly sets it to minus 0.5. And for the iron helmet, it correctly sets it to plus 0.5. Why are you -4? For each armor map. It puts armor value 0. And the damaging type, there's only one damaging type. There should only be two damaging sorry, there should only be one damaging type. Even still, even if there were multiple damaging types, it doesn't matter because I am my rule is averaging it out. So if I'm averaging the armor values out, it should always be -2 anyways. Are you functional? What? The original armor values are 2. They have to be 2. They can't be anything but 2. Okay, so how does this become 4? For this to become 4, or -4, this has to be like 6. Why? How? What? No, it's not. It's 2. We know it's 2. Now, unless this is already -2, but it's not -2. It's 0. It's 0. This armor value is 0, right? Like, what the heck's going on here? I should not be getting -4. That makes no sense. I mean, and furthermore, I should take the full damage. Well, maybe not. Maybe we haven't quite gotten that part right, but this part definitely is weird. It shouldn't be -4. Armor values for slot head, -4. But the nickel helmet has armor values of 2. And armor values for slot head is right here. And it gets that. And that's what the result of this. Which means if and then this this map is from this, so that map should have armor value 0, which means we're mapping 0 to the result of armor value 0 minus, and then this is doing nothing. This is just a pass-through because we just return, because we're using this one. So we just return it. We don't change it at all. So this part doesn't matter. It's literally av.sub classified.get original armor values. Which references the original armor values map, which is the AV map. Which, in our armor classifier, it puts in the AV map the armor values, which is where it gets it from the stack. And it just says it's a string, and then the console says, what does the console say specifically? Yeah, it's the item stack display name, which in this case is going to be nickel helmet. Nickel helmet, armor values 2, toughness, or armor values is armor 2, toughness 0. Right? Okie doke. And then it puts that in the AV map. So then this get original armor values should be we should be getting 2. Right? So we literally do av.sub 2. We do 0 sub 2. And that should get us -2, not -4. Because this is right after it gets it right here, right after it classifies it. And it doesn't change anything. It doesn't change anything from like here to there. Why does this not make any sense? I realized I didn't have the Minecraft thing running again. Whatever, it doesn't even matter. It doesn't matter because nothing makes sense. You're going to class and finish around 2:20. All right, sounds good. Thanks for coming by. You have a good time at class. Do a learn. I don't understand. Because that's after it does all the injector and stuff. I'm pretty sure I'm set to average, not add. There should be only one type. There should really only be one type. And on that pretense that there is only one type, and that is 4 damage, it should do 4 damage. It shouldn't resist it in any capacity. Unless, well, that's first aid applying. No, because it should still do 0. Or it should still do that. Unless first aid can't handle negative armor, in which case then it's getting negative armor, and then it kind of messes up, and that's valid. But again, it shouldn't be -4. It should be -2. How is it -4? It doesn't make any sense. There should be only one type that's doing damage. I guess I'm gonna figure out the number of damaging types. Because I don't know. This is gonna output 1. I know it's gonna output 1. It's gonna output 1. And it's gonna hit that once. It's gonna say that there's one type. It's gonna hit this once. Actually, I probably want debug lib output format debug. So I need slot dot to string, and then I need t dot get type name. Sure. And then it's gonna inject that. And this is going to be map.size. And that's gonna be 1. This is gonna say 1. This is gonna say for slot head injecting armor values .0 for type DDD underscore piercing. This is gonna say new map size 1. And then we're gonna get -4. I don't understand. Now, if this actually doesn't say what I said it said, what I said it's going to say, then we found our problem. But if it does say what I think it's going to say, and it probably will, then I've got nothing, dude. Because it works for the iron helmet, it works for the chain helmet. It uses the right armor values there, and then for the nickel helmet, it decides the balls to the wall, right? And that's not okay. And very confusing. Let's throw this here, and let's run it again. Oh, Minecraft modding, that's rare. It's rare, really. Thank you. Thank you for the follow, Captain Wutax. We are working on a mod that's basically D&D damage types and stuff, but in Minecraft. And we're working on like mod compatibility and stuff. And I'm found a very interesting mystery that I need to solve. So when I get in here, I'll kind of give you a lay of the land. But basically it's interesting because normally if you're working with like D&D and stuff and you have all this like damage types and stuff, it's resisted, it's not resisted or whatever. But with Minecraft, it's interesting because like how does armor play into that, right? Because armor should have some effectiveness rating. And so it's a matter of kind of mapping how armor should be effective against certain types of damage. And currently I'm trying to get this to work well with first aid, which, you know, has a whole body part damage system. So, for example, here, this iron helmet, it's 25% less effective against bludgeoning, 25% more effective against piercing. And then we have the reverse here. This doesn't have an armor distribution listed because it's not configured, and the default is that it's like basically minus 100% effective against anything. It doesn't do anything, basically. That's at least what it's supposed to do. So, and then each item, now these are helmets, so smacking anything with a helmet's not going to really do anything. But for something like this sword, this does fire damage, 100% fire damage. So it's 7.5 damage is 100%, categorized 100% as fire damage. Not the same as Minecraft fire damage, it's slightly separate. And then this is an interesting distribution of pretty much slashing and force with like the smallest amount of bludgeoning damage. So the idea is now I'm trying to get it to work with first aid, which has body part system, and the way it does its calculations is a little bit different. So this, I've written down the numbers. I take 3.68 damage when I get shot in the head from a skeleton that's around the corner there. I just need to heal myself. So this fella, he doesn't have an enchanted bow or anything. He shoots me in the arm, which doesn't do anything. Well, it shouldn't, but anytime, buddy. Stop shooting me in the... Shoot me in the head, bro. There we go. And it does 3.68 damage, which is the exact number I have here, which is fine. But, my mod is reporting -4 for, like, the armor. It should be -2, because it needs to cancel out the current armor that it has, and I have 2 armor points. It needs to basically cancel that out, because it's not effective, but it's giving me -4. There's only one damaging type, that's piercing, knew that, and it adds armor value 0 for type piercing into the default empty distribution, and the size is 1, and yet it comes out with -4 instead of -2. Why? That's the mystery. That is the mystery. I have taken an arrow directly to the face. And that's why I don't know. Because basically what it's doing here is this has told me nothing new. I knew actually wait. No, I need that, but I don't need these debug statements because I knew all of that to begin with. Basically, it's taking the original armor values and subtracting. It's getting the difference between the distributed effectiveness and what it was originally. Now, the distributed effectiveness is 0 because it's default. The default is 0. And the original armor values should be 2 because that's what it says in my log. It reports 2. So somehow 0 minus 2 is -4. And that's what confuses me because I'm in my entire time of having a degree in math, pretty sure that's not how that works. Time to break point, I guess. You would think, right? Here's the fun part about it. I can't. Because the debugger does not work. The reason the debugger doesn't work is because one of the mod dependencies I have has access transformers to change like vanilla Minecraft code, which normally is fine, but with the debugger, it can't find the class that it wants to transform, and so it just hard crashes. So breakpoints are useless because I can't actually connect to a debugger. So I'm actually forced to build the mod, load it in a modded instance of Minecraft, and test there. So I can't breakpoint, which sucks. Now, before I switched, because I was on like a different version of Forge Gradle, before I switched, I could breakpoint, but now I can't because I had to update Forge Gradle so that I could have mix-ins. And now I can't. Now I can't breakpoint. So life sucks. And now I have to figure out why. And I've ran through the calculation. All the values are what they say they should be. It's just, it's right here. This doesn't make any sense. Because it says that the nickel helmet has an armor value of armor 2, toughness 0. You could technically rebuild the original mod without ATs and use mix-in accessors instead. Yeah. But I don't want to rebuild all of Craft Tweaker to use mix-ins instead of access transformers. Because it's Craft Tweaker that's causing me problems, which is giant mod. I could remove Craft Tweaker from like my dependencies, and maybe then I could. But if there's another mod I have that, if there's another mod dependency that I have that has access transformers, I'm still boned. So it ends up being not really worth the effort, unfortunately. And it does just mean in situations like this, I end up in an unfortunate situation where I now have to sort of walk blind. I have a lot of debug information that gets printed to the console to kind of help guide me. But yeah, it's tricky. Ouch, yeah, never mind. Yeah, it's a tricky situation. I would have loved breakpoints. There are many times where I would have loved breakpoints. Because there's only one armor map. Because it only does it once. This loop is only done once. And it's only for the head slot, 'cause I'm only wearing a helmet. So when it does this should only have one iteration. And sure enough, it does, because I only see this debug line once. So somehow 0 minus 2 is -4. And, you know, I might need to think on that one for a bit, because my entire life I did not believe that 0 minus 2 was -4. However, perhaps I've been wrong my entire life. I don't know at this point. Unless 0 minus 2 is -2, and then when we merge it, we get something else. No, because if we're doing the average, this is the one we're using, we add the armor, which should be -2, and then we build it and we average it. Which should be -2. Hello? Are we good? How's average implemented? Let's see. This is how it's implemented. The code, what do you say? What's this implementation note? The double format can represent all consecutive integers in the range -2 to the 53 to +2 to the 53. If the pipeline has more than 2 to the 53 values, it should only have one value. The divisor in the average computation will saturate at 2 to the 53, leading to additional numerical errors. I do not have that many. It collects. What does it collect it to? Oh, it collects it to a double array. I mean, that's arguably not an issue. Return average indexed at 2 greater than 0. Compute final sum average divide by average indexed at 2. I think average indexed at 2 is the... I think it's the number of stuff. I think it's the number of elements in the array. I didn't think average would be a problem. Because this is just from double stream. Well, double pipeline, same thing. Unless I wanted to... Just got hit with minute 30 of ads, no worries. Yeah, it's base Java stream code, so that should be fine. Yeah, see, that's what I was under the assumption of, right? Like, it's fine. So this should be thing. You know what? Right, because this is armor builds average. And this is what it gets, right? So, perhaps this, you know what? Let's just throw in, let's output this, and we're gonna have, here's actually something. I don't know what the two-string call says, so it doesn't matter. Is avals doesn't have the elements you think it does? Yeah, right? That's what I'm thinking. So for each one I'm going to iterate, I'm going to print it out. I'm thinking avals is not having the right thing here. Now, if avals doesn't have the right thing, the question is why? But, so, question now is what am I expecting it to contain? I am expecting this to contain -2. Because that's after this. However, it's probably going to contain -4. Which means that this result is a stream with -4 in it, so then it's why is this -4? Um, and this is just subtracting it. This is just a simple sub. It's just this. So, I'm thinking I should map.values. Right, I have a map here. Let's, or sorry, iterable to string. No, entries to string. Yep, map. Wait, no, that's just a string. Hold on, that's not. Dot, output formatted debug. Armor map for slot %s should be %s. So this is going to be slot.toString, and then the next argument is going to be debuglib.map entries to string, and we'll pass in the map. So we'll see for the slot head what it contains first, and then in the merge, we'll see the values that's actually working with here. They should be the same, but clearly somewhere along the way, this is going to have the wrong thing. This is the armor map that it's working with. If this armor map has -4 or something, then that doesn't make sense because I literally put 0 in it right here. This should only actually this should have 0. It should have 0, and it should only have one entry of 0. Okay. We'll see. Now, this is like so niche because this only applies like with regular armor, with the chain helmet and the iron helmet, which actually have armor effectiveness defined, the calculation works fine. It uses the right numbers. It's just when it's not defined and it should be 0, it apparently uses twice the amount. Now, in an actual mod pack, ideally, everything should be properly defined, but I gotta handle this like weird niche thing. Oh wait, no, I need to delete this one so that I can move the new one here. There we go. And we will find out. We will find the truth. I am just going to confirm what the configs are for this. We have armor calculation rule is average, which is what I thought it was, which is where I put the stuff in. And then we have negative armor handling is default, which basically just does nothing. It just passes it straight through. And that's what's relevant. And then this is no effectiveness, which... yeah, okay. Okay. Let's figure it out. Let's see. Alright. Do me dirty, skeleton. Come on. Hello? I'm right here. Thank you. What? What? That's not what happened last time. Where did the helmet go? Hello? Okay, it's gone. No helmet. Whatever. No, not that. Come on. Give me something that doesn't have that. There we go. Now, what in the world happened there? I took 5 damage, and then damage after that was 4.92. And then it, like, destroyed the helmet. And I wonder if it destroyed the helmet because after that body part dies, it, like, tries to inflict a whole bunch of, like, heavy damage to me to, like, actually kill me. And then the armor goes through. I don't know. Or the item despawned or something. Okay, so 3 damage goes to 2.7. Whatever. Point is I didn't die. Alright. What does the console say about any of this? The armor map is -2. Why? Are you good? Why are you -2? I put 0 in you. You know what? I know what happened. Okay, that's fine. That's fine, because just formatting it, it's not really using it anywhere. It's comparing it to armor value 0. This is unused, right? Yeah, so this is unused. So this is currently fine. But when it puts this in the map, this value is not immutable. It's not immutable. So if I subtract this, it actually alters this, and now this is no longer 0. So now I don't think this is necessarily the problem, but definitely something that's wrong is that this should not be this. This should be new armor values, so that it's guaranteed to be 0. Because it was putting something that might not have been 0. This is armor value 0, and then it's iterating over the armor value itself. So this is fine, because it's not actually going to change this value. What I can do here, so that I know that this doesn't happen, is I should subclass this for 0, and then override set values with, to like throw an exception. No, because I can just use a default constructor. And then I just need to override set values. Unsupported operation exception. So that I never do that again. Oh wait, this needs to be static. Really? Okay, whatever. Just put a constructor here. If you're gonna complain that much. There we go. So, yeah, now this should not... Or I could have like an immutable wrapper or whatever, and it doesn't matter. This is fine. This is fine for my purposes. I don't know if that's the problem. It might have been. But yeah, it clearly didn't have the right thing. But now it should definitely have 0 in here, because there's no way it can't have 0, because it should be pulling this thing. Because it's the map. What is this thing? What is this thing? Because it's called to this thing. So this should be 0 instead of -2. And now it's no longer -0 minus -2 is -4. It was -2 minus -2, which is in fact -4. That I can get behind. Now I don't know. Actually, you know what? I don't know what I don't know. Probably because I don't know it, but, you know, whatever. I think we got it. I think we've solved the mystery. The mystery was, I'm bad. Which is usually the answer to every mystery, is I done goofed. Okay. I have this. Boom. Go on. I see. The game crashed. Why did the game crash? Altering armor values 0 is not allowed. Aha! So, I found the culprit. Once again, it was just me. But where? Where is the culprit culpriting? Actually, that's a good question. Get stack only armor values. Get stack only armor values. What? Why get stack only armor values? Get stack only armor values? Where? Line 57. What? And then 61. Oh, armor values dot merge. Get stack only armor values. Stack armor values injector. Now the I armor values injector, what does it do? It does return armor values. I thought I had a call hierarchy for this where it handled it. What? Okay, that's for that, which is not relevant. And this is for quality tools. This is for quality tools. Which, once again, is not using armor values at 0. And it's not this part, because that's an armor modifier injector. And this is occurring when we classify, right? Yeah, this is occurring when we classify the armor, which means we haven't even gotten to that part yet. Oh, no, I am dumb. If armor is not 0.0, or toughness is not 0.0, so that if they're both 0, then that's false, and that's false, so it doesn't go in here. So if that, then we do this. Otherwise, we do super dot set new values. Armor toughness. I just returned that, actually. There we go. Because initially I'm calling set values to set it, which inherently creates the situation where it causes a problem. Because I initialize this, and then it calls this. Now, I could actually do this or whatever, but it doesn't matter. I'm just gonna have to do it like this. But if I can set values to 0, it should be fine. You know what? Oh, it's float, right? That's what I have for this? Yeah, float. But I might just change that to be set values with thing, so that could also be a problem later on if I choose to modify that, so I probably shouldn't rely on this. Unless I can set it here. Well, no, because it's still going to call the superconstructor, so... Yeah, that's fine. We call super, then we do this dot immutable equals true. And then if this dot immutable, then we do that. Because the first time it calls, it's called it's false, because this is in the construction of it, but it's only afterwards that we do that. Okay, sure. That works, I guess. It's a little jank, but that's my favorite kind. All right, drop that in there, and then run it. Mystery is going to be solved. And then I can actually do something interesting. Or at least more exciting than whatever the heck this is. The quest of armor values .0. Best quest. Okay. Lock in. Let me just check over everything first. All right. Come on. Go. That shot my body. Really? You're funny. Okay, it's still at 3.94. That's fine, I guess. The question is, are the armor values right? They look to be correct. Yeah, armor values for slot head is -2. All right. That finally works correctly. Now, I don't know why I just barely live. If it's going right through the armor, it should not reduce it by any means. But that could be just a minor thing or whatever. It's fine. I'm not really thinking that's gonna be a big deal. I don't think that's necessarily DDD in any reason. Okay. Good. Now, here, I don't need the original because I don't need to account for the original because it seems it already does so. First aid already applies that. Alright, so in that instance where it already applies that, then we're fine. We don't need this. And that's because of the way first aid gets the item attribute modifiers. Okay, so I don't need this then. If we have attribute mods, then it's 0. But it's going to. Wait, no, because I'm adding an attribute modifier, right. But I only need to apply the delta. I don't need to apply the final value, so I actually don't need to care about that. I don't need to care about this. I don't need to care about this. I only need to apply the delta. Okay. That seems to work. Something's not... Oh, this isn't even used? Really? Whoops. And the combat tracker isn't used either. It doesn't need any of that. Okay, that's cool. Now, one thing I want to do is alter something on the client end. Wherever that is. Hello, where we at? Okay. Oh wait, no, that's for the config. Oh, that's the only thing I have. It's under the tooltip system. Yeah, no, that's fair. So the armor distribution formatter. You have to enter set.stream, filter, get that stuff. It's the value is greater than armor values dot zero. I think I just want to not be 0. Because if it's negative, then I guess we should probably do that. And we sort based on that, and then we sort based on the value, and then we collect it, and then we do this. Format, armor, and toughness. And then I need to have that. Okay, we'll deal with that in a second. Now the resistances, we get color scheme. We format the armor. Then we get the armor.get formatted text. The formatted text, it's still gray. Based on value, right? I can do this. Now this formatting based on value, if it's less than threshold, it's negative, otherwise it's positive. So instead of this, because we have that and then that, we format the type, we format that, then it's number formatting strategy. All right, this needs to be reworked a little. It should be and we will append this is 3 spaces. And then this is going to be the formatting of it. Then is going to be the actual thing. Maybe I think actually we want a space between that. Maybe? Because this is the color start. What is the color start? Yeah, formatting based on value, which is a text formatting. It's color start. Oh yeah, because it's that. That makes sense. Okay, so I can actually don't want a space there. This is going to be the color, and then there's going to be the armor. This is the armor, and then that's actually all we need there. We need formatter dot get damage formatter dot format the type as the first thing, and then we need gray dot to string for the second, and then I need formatter dot get color scheme dot get formatting based on value. I pass in armor, and then I need the original armor too. This can be abstract class. Yeah, it's gonna be abstract class. And then this is gonna be abstract. This is gonna be like that, because we're not gonna change that. That's gonna be fine. And this is going to be oops, I don't need that twice. We have that, right? And then this formatting is going to be format, armor, and toughness. And it's gonna take DD damage type, float armor, float toughness, float original armor, float original toughness, abstract tooltip formatter. Okay, sure, I'll type it out. Formatter. Oh, wildcard. Formatter. That would explain why the autocomplete didn't work correctly. And there's gonna be original armor. I don't know if I need that, but we're gonna put that there. Right, so now this basically inserts a damage type, and then that. We need that, and then we need that. We need gray again. Dot toString, and then we need this dot get armor text dot get formatted text. The value, the threshold, and then the abstract tooltip formatter, wildcard formatter. and then the suffix. So this is going to be the color, the armor, the suffix. No, the gray, and then the suffix. Which is going to be formatter dot get the color scheme dot get formatting based on value. This is gonna be the value. The threshold is gonna be that. The threshold is gonna be the actual threshold, and then we're going to put formatter dot get number formatting strategy dot format the value. And then we need text formatting dot gray, not gold, gray dot to string, followed by the suffix. Right, so now it's just %s here. And then all of this is not relevant because it's just this dot format value. The value is going to be the armor, the threshold is the original armor, the formatter is that, and the suffix is this dot get. This dot get. Come on, get armor text. Hello. Dot get formatted text. And the set. And then normally we would just return sb dot append the closing thing dot to string. Right? But if the toughness is if toughness equals 0, or sorry, if the toughness is not 0, or the original toughness, it's if the original toughness is not 0. If the original toughness is non-zero, if the regular toughness becomes, if like the toughness we're using is 0, that's fine. But if the original toughness is non-zero, yeah, the original toughness is non-zero, then we append this dot format value. It is, oh wait, no, not quite. We do need a string dot format because we need to append that. And then there's going to be this dot format value. The value is going to be the toughness. The threshold is the original toughness. Format is the same. The suffix is going to be this dot get toughness text dot get formatted text. Boom. So now it just injects the toughness if there is toughness to inject. Otherwise, it doesn't report it because it doesn't need to. All right, and now this is what we're looking at here. Format armor values as a damage type, armor, and armor tuple, or as a triple if there is toughness. This is the damage type, the armor value, the toughness value, the original armor value this armor piece provided, if non-zero, toughness will be included in the tooltip. Used as, also used as a reference for color coding. Also used as a reference for color coding. Yay. And then the formatter is a formatter whose number and damage formatters are to be used. Sure. Return the formatted string. And so I don't actually want this at all because it's not needed. And now, so this is for this, right? And now I need implementation of this. This is public, right? Yeah, it's public. This is new armor.vanilla. Because that's what it's gotta be. Let's shuffle this playlist, sure. Okay, so now everything there is fine. Let me declare it static. Okay, sure, static. Yeah, you good? All right, you good. Alright, so now what this is gonna do is... toughness, and then I need to provide in armor and toughness. Where is this even used? Where is this even used? Filter predicate. Right. That's for that. Okay, that's fine. That's whatever. It's not really that important. Now, what we're gonna do is if... Now, under wherever it is, integration, I thought I had calculation injector. Oh, that's in damage calculation. Okay. And then I probably want to put this then in a tooltip system. No, not that. And this will extend my priority again. So this... And then this is just another public interface, yeah. And then this is going to have... Yeah, I can get the armor type, because that's the equipment slot for it, so... So if I want to inject into that, I want to basically... I want to be able to change the armor, the toughness, and then this that gets used. And then we need, now this, it extends this. Oh, right, but it gets that, which is fine. Yeah, that's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Because this tooltip type formatter will extend armor, and it's just going to inject the different text that it wants to use. Why is this not recognized? I think that's what I did on the last thing, right? I used... Yeah, it's a new tree set. Okay. Let's see, I probably don't need this. I don't know what I'm doing here. I probably just need to extend this the same way I did with the armor one. Or maybe I do want it. Because this is just different. Because I wouldn't want this to replace what like this would be doing. I'd want it to change the values it uses. It's not like formatting its own thing. Because then I would have to get everything else, and that would not work. Or does it? Right, it would be adding it on. I need to... Everything else would just be adding on. And then in the handler here, this is where I need to understand what's going on here. The tooltip handler. Tooltip distributor to get distributor. The distributor it's gonna get is gonna be whether mod compat is applicable. Then it's gonna get the mod compat one, which is gonna get all of them. And then all the mod compat ones are going to apply. Again, we don't really want that. We just want to change the original values that are used for armor distribution formatters. I think... I do want this. Because I want to inject it right into here. I don't want a separate tooltip formatter. I want to alter existing tooltip formatters. I armor tooltip formatter. I armor tooltip injector. The public is probably redundant, but whatever. It's unlikely that anything else is going to need to use this, but it's better than having some first aid specific thing. And then here, okay, everything's fine. I can make that final. By making that final, I can now pretty safely I don't have the stack reference at this point. I need to put the stack here. Is there not an atomic float? You suck. Okay, so what if there's multiple things that wish to alter the armor represented? There might be. Okay, so in that case, what I want to do is I want to add it to each thing. Okay, so we put toughness there. And then for each thing, we want to... Wait, what's the difference? Oh, returns to previous value. Casted to float, that's fine. Then for each one, alter it. I want to get it and like update it basically. I feel like there's a better way to do this. No, there's not. Okay, so now we've injected each one. I'm gonna have that just in case. Right, this needs to be an atomic reference. I need an atomic reference here. Or maybe it's better to just have this be an iterator. Honestly, might be better. You know what? Whatever. Just leave that for now. It's fine. Get rid of this. Because I don't think I need anything else. I don't think I need to put it in a for loop. I wouldn't want to. This should actually be a while. Because if I don't have any tooltip injectors registered, I don't want to call .next. Or if none are applicable in the context, I don't want to call .next either. And then if the injector should use formatter. Then formatter is injector dot get formatter to use. And then this is, instead of that, we do formatter. Must be final or effectively final. All right. Set it to null. And then this is going to be injector to get the formatter from. That's going to be set to the current injector. Thank you for the follow, boss scans. And welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're having a good time. This is the injector. And then this, can I just, wherever this is, you. Can I just be injector to get formatter from dot get formatter to use? And you're gonna be like, oh, you need to be final and effectively final. Yeah, that's good for you. Nobody cares. This is going to be if, or sorry, yeah, injector to get formatter from. If it's null, null, then we do that. Otherwise, we do dot get formatter to use. So there we go. We have the injector. It alters the armor and all that stuff, and then it just basically sets which injector it wants to get the formatter from, and if it gets it from there, then what it's going to do is it's going to use that formatter to format the armor and the toughness based off of whatever that thing defines. Now, I don't think I need to do this. I think I just need to get the armor value. Well, okay, I need stack dot get attribute modifiers. I guess the equipment slot is somewhat relevant. And this is a multi-map, right? Yeah, it's a multi-map. Dot get attribute dot get name. Dot, I guess I can stream the attribute modifiers. And then map to double, which is going to be attribute modifier get amount dot sum, and then cast that shit to float. And then do the same thing, but call this toughness. And then change this to toughness. And yeah, that's basically that. Back, how's the coding? It's working. This is gonna return mods.get attribute dot stream dot map to double attribute modifier get amount dot sum. Do that like that. Then cast this shit to float. It's working. Not supposed to do that. No, it's supposed to. It's gonna be get attribute value for attribute modifier collections dot what are you doing dot armor modifiers dot armor. Do that. Why are you this? It's not applicable to the armor. Bruh. The armor modifiers. Get the mod and then do armor mod dot get attribute dot get name. Da 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 da. There we go. That's working. And now this is just the same thing. However, we change this to get attribute value. To that. And then mods. Boop, 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 boop. And then this becomes armor amount and toughness amount. Now all we've done here is we have declared this to be a little bit more flexible. Where it should get the attribute modifiers of the armor. So let's see how that works. Hopefully this should, I'm thinking that this should work, and that it should show the actual amount of armor that you have against certain types, which is probably a better metric. All right, let's see it in action. I hope it doesn't break. That would be sad. It's gonna work. It's gonna work. And you don't know why it's gonna work? Because I asked nicely. I asked very nicely, pretty please, my own creation, could you function for me? And the answer it gave me was, I don't know yet. Client armor tooltip format plain. Plain, that's what we want. And the answer is yes, it works. But it could be a little better. We want to filter out stuff that are the same. Right? That's what we want to do, because here You can't even frickin' see it all. It doesn't even fit. This tooltip is so massive. Right, so it probably doesn't need to do that. Wait, why is it white at the end? Oh no, you see that? You see? You see, it's white. The closing parentheses is white, but the opening parentheses is gray. Yeah, that's dumb. And it's the same for that one too. But notice how it only says toughness if it actually provides toughness. Which is, you know, kind of nice. So it works just with some personality? Yeah, with a little bit of personality, basically. Because this thing... Yeah, so... Yeah, whatever. I'm thinking... Now, does this affect you? No, because you're... This is different. This is completely different. Okay, that's completely fine. This is literally just affecting armor. Just fine. Okay, so I need to fix those things. And I need to filter it so that it only shows the types that are actually relevant. So, new. Right, no, I see. Alright, that fixes that part. Now, armor, let's check around here. What is the fuck is this? The filter predicate is gonna be testing that. So, okay, hold on. This is gonna be checking. Yeah, it filters out the stuff that doesn't want to show up. that doesn't want to show up. What the hell? That shouldn't show up. Now that's fine, more or less. So if it's relative, we want to get all, otherwise we get its categories. Here, it distributes the armor. It should only have its categories. Right, only the categories that are present in it should show up. So that collects it all to a list. Because we collect here. Okay, so we collect there, and then I'm thinking I might want to add something like all other types. Because that would be based on the default. Right? So, okay. What we want right now is we have a filter here. It says value we're comparing to. Wait, doesn't this have a yeah, it has a categories thing. Get categories. We get the categories, and then not DD damage types. No. And then we only filter the thing where armor types dot contains E, and it's not hidden. Oh, E dot get key. And the damage type is not hidden. And the value is not, well, what? That depends, right? Like, I need to know what the default value is, right? So in the instance that it's implied, it should be the implied armor value. Which is just the base armor and toughness. Well, multiplied by... multiplied by the implied armor effectiveness. If it's implied, then it's mod config dot resist dot implied armor effectiveness. Otherwise, it's 0. Is this being multiplied by... oh, it's float. Okay, cast it then. Make this, make this float. That's for that. The filter predicate is gonna be this thing, where the test is gonna hide it if it's 0, or hide it if it's 1.0. Which makes sense. Because everything else is 100%, and then for everything else you'd want to know. I guess that's fine. And then, so if it's implied... if we're implied parsing, then we want to multiply that by the implied armor effectiveness. And then hide it in the instance where it's that. Otherwise, we want to hide it if it's 0. Now, this is a list. And then what I want to do is lst dot add a new thing at the end. Or maybe I don't need to. Maybe it should only just show the types that are there, and then everything else, I don't need to do that. Okay, maybe I don't. Baseline value. If it's the same as the baseline value, it has to be within the armor types. It has to not be hidden. And it has to not be the baseline value, which is going to be whatever the implied effectiveness suggests it is. And then the last thing should be adding a couple additional things. Hooray. Alright, we working. No, not that stupid. No, don't do this with the icons. Uh. I can't believe it decided to do that. That makes a lot of sense in hindsight. You are correct. I did not change the icon aggregation. Gets the type. Getting the type is going to be if type.formats contains the armor format. So okay, so you're relative, and you're anything that's not relative. Okay. You should be percent, and you should be armor distribution, armor distribution number format dot percent. And we should have another one. I guess it's just default. Actually, no. Armor distribution number format dot plain. Okay, just add the things that need to be implemented. I think I want true on that, and then handle edge cases. So what do you do? Optional.of nullable. If the categories is empty, return stream.empty. Otherwise, return null. Oh, that's not going to be helpful. It's going to be, we're going to have to change this to only be the types that but I don't have the stack here. I guess I could pass in the stack. Oh wait, no, I need this whole thing. Copy this whole thing. Put this whole thing here, put it here, and put it here. And put it here. I would have to do the same thing where I do this. Based on the original armor and toughness. But I don't want to inject twice, that's so dumb. Filter out any type where the weight for that type Okay, where? Wait, no, this is percent. I don't even want to leave that the way it is. It's this I need to change. If mod config dot resist dot armor parse rule is armor parsing type dot implied, then I use if it's implied, I use config.resist.implied armor effectiveness. I guess it can be a double, whatever. Otherwise, it's 0. And I return this dot get categories dot stream and then filter out. Come on, 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 come on. What are you doing? Filter out any type whose weight is not the baseline. Dot collect collectors dot to list. That's fine. Because then we sort it. I think I can just return true here. And then, because it just filters this out here. So if we're implied, it'll be the implied armor effectiveness. If we're not, it will be 0. And then if it's not 0, it'll be kept. So this test is like redundant. I don't know, I hope that works. I think we're good. Let's test it. I didn't get to add the, because once this works, I'm pretty much done. I didn't get to add the specific tooltip stuff that I wanted to add, but it's whatever. Honestly, I think tooltips could be a different idea if it's so difficult to implement. It works. I just I'm running into like things where it's like, oh yeah, that's right, I gotta fix that or whatever, right? Maybe like a craftable book or something. I thought about that, but that ends up being almost a lot more. That's honestly a lot more work to implement, because then I have to design the UI and all this other stuff, and it ends up not really being worth it. The tooltips work. I just need to overcome the little hurdles that come with getting the wrong things and whatnot. My own issues. I need to overcome my own problems that I'm creating for myself, basically. But I think I've got it. Yeah, I got it. Yo, working on DDD? Yes, I am working on DDD right now. Look at this. Is this not beautiful? It says the amount of armor that you have. And then if it has toughness, it actually lists the toughness if you have it. Now, if you have a quality, not that quality. It's still not that quality. Can you give me a quality that actually does something? Okay, well, this thing doesn't like me. Okay, yeah, it still won't factor that in. 'Cause that's something I gotta add. And it doesn't say locational yet. That's still something I'm working on as well. But I've set it up so that now I should be able to just have that work, basically. But yeah, this works. And I ran the calcs, and they work. So these are the calcs that I have. Where with the arrow damage being 4, these are the numbers that I'm getting. And they all have the same, the armors have the same amount. They're all 13 locational armor. So I think that works. These numbers seem to be correct. Thank you for the raid, Shavaxi. You're awesome, dude. Thank you very much. So yes, welcome everyone. To everyone who's here, I am working on DDD, a mod that's going to be in RLCraft. And right now I'm working on first aid things. But I think I actually fixed all the first aid things, to the point where I think it works now. Fixing all the bugs I reported. Yeah, right? So these are the numbers I'm getting now. Did first aid get updated? No, first aid did not get updated, but I fixed it myself. Sort of. Right? So these are the numbers I'm getting with arrow damage. Right? I have the same kind of values where one is 25% more effective, one is 25% less effective. Right? And then this nickel helmet is just basically a control for minus 100% effectiveness. And these are numbers I'm getting, which seem to make sense. So it seems good. The point is that they're fundamentally different. So I think it works. Now I just have to add the locational stuff here. So it says locational instead of regular armor and like multiplies it and stuff. And then I have to do the same thing. I have to factor in like qualities or whatever to the armor numbers that it uses, which shouldn't be that bad, honestly. I'm not super worried about it, so. But yeah, I just got everything working, more or less. So what I want to do now is very quickly add the thing. I've set up everything I need to do. I now just need to add somewhere here. Here we go. I mean, I say I have everything, but I need, yeah, this thing needs to be used somewhere. Probably in the... Yeah, probably here. Okay, got that. Good. That's that done. Now, here, in this, I need a new... Probably just... Probably just this, and then this should be... iMod integration client. Now I don't have any client-side handlers. Oh, are you only... Wait, does it matter? Oh, it might not matter. Hold on. I might not need to do this. We'll see. We'll see. Let's add this. Because this thing isn't client-side only, so... Register a new iArmor... this thing. So this should always return... This should always return true. And we'll deal with that in a second. And this should always return true, because it always applies. And then here, this is where I should take the original toughness and return... I don't know where this thing does its stuff. I don't know where first aid does its multiplier for locational. Probably somewhere over here. I think it would be in armor utils, probably. Actually, I'm almost positive it is in armor utils. Yeah, okay. This is fine. Armor utils dot apply toughness modifier. Or get... Oh, it needs a slot here. I see. You can configure it, actually. Yeah, it's not just a multiplier. It's a multiplier and offset thing. So I just need to get whatever the modification is. I think it's just apply this, but now I need the slot. So that's not something I expected to see coming. Right, because this just gets the stuff from the config. But if I apply it, it actually multiplies it and then offsets it. Okay, so this is what I'm looking for. The apply, well, this one actually goes down here, but whatever, same diff. So that's a thing that I didn't expect to see. I need the entity equipment slot. So here, it needs to provide the slot, which can actually do really easily because I can just cast this to item armor. No, do it again. That gets me the slot. Slap that shit in there. Okay, there you go. You have your slot. You happy now? Put that there. This has to be armor, and then this cast it to float. Ask me if I care. What did I just do? Float armor utils dot apply armor modifier. Sorry, this one's the apply toughness modifier. Right, apply toughness modifier to the slot and the toughness. Now, since it's not client-side exclusive, all this stuff, because this is not client-side only. So, I need to worry. I can register on both sides. No one cares. It's fine. But I need this. And this is the brilliant part, because I'm going to have a first aid tooltip, whatever this is. What does this extend again? Tooltip type formatter. Tooltip type formatter. Actually, what's at the bottom? This doesn't really matter. Armor, which is this thing here. And now all you do is add the constructor. Well, no, not just that. I need to also add the unimplemented methods. What do you mean? Okay. And then that's the suffix, which is fine. Now what I need to do is go over to into the lang file. Where is this? Can I open with text editor? Thank you. Somewhere over here. This is Tinker's. That's Conarm. I can have like first aid right here. Now, does it say locational armor and locational armor toughness, or is it just locational armor and locational toughness? I don't feel like checking. Wait, it's right here. I don't need a separate section for this. What all this other stuff that's right here? First aid locational. I guess I'll just call it first aid armor. Equals locational armor. And then this is just locational. Is it locational armor toughness? Or is it just locational armor? Or sorry, locational toughness. I don't remember. We'll probably just call it that. It's probably this. Also make this toughness. This is going to be whatever I did over here. Translator, like get component. Right, I need dot instance. Is it really translations dot instance? That's crazy. It is, okay. Yep. Dot get layered translator probably. The root is going to be tooltip const dot tooltips root, and then the subroot is going to be I guess I could, because the mod ID is first aid, which is what I'm doing for this. So let's actually have this not be static. Have this be nested. Do first aid integration dot this dot get mod ID. What are you bitching about? Oh, yeah, duh. This is a translator. There's no way that that makes sense, but sure. These... Oh, just abstract translator. Okay, whatever, it's a layered translator. You're gonna be like, yeah, it's declared, cannot be declared static in a non-static inner type unless initialized with a constant expression, which apparently this is not. Okay. Whatever, dude. Why don't I just say, fuck it, just take this shit. Put this shit right here. Oh, wait, but it's not gonna... Right, I see what the thing is. I see. Okay, then don't make it static. Who cares? Works for me. This is gonna be armor. That's going to be, well, whatever. Do armor and then toughness, and then do this, and do this dot armor. That's gonna be translator dot get component. No, yeah, get component for like armor. And then this one's gonna be toughness. Okay, beautiful. It works. Then return the stuff here. Return the armor. Return the toughness. Put the prefix in front of this. Please. Type correctly, dude. Alright, there we go. And then up here, this is going to return the thing, but we're gonna initialize it with a constant thing. What are you? Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Oh, wait, I don't need to. Wait, yeah, I do. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, don't make it static then, no one cares. And then put this here. Return this dot. Oh, wait, I can't. Return formatter. Okay, and then whatever, make it package. I don't care. It doesn't matter. It works, probably. That seems to work correctly. Okay. Oh, and then I should probably define its priority to be last. So we'll just return -1. Actually, no, this object with higher priority will be handled before objects with lower priority. Okay, yeah. Okay, and then in init, we initialize this thing. Good. Now, for quality tools, I think I could, probably won't take that long to figure out the quality tools one. Where are you? I can find it. There it is. Because this does this. Where basically I need to get... I need to iterate over all of this and just get the stuff. Okay. There might be a better way to do this. Register, armor, tooltip, injector. And now, this doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. Now, this... I guess I always return true here as well. It doesn't make sense. Well, I guess I could maybe make this a little bit easier. I can probably just return stack dot has tag compound and stack dot get tag compound dot has key quality tool const dot quality tag. Yeah, wait, hold on. Let's make this better for myself. Final, I guess it's a double, but we probably cast it to a float. This is the stack. And then okay, do that. Now I can do this whole thing. Of nullable. There's got to be a better way. I don't know. Oh well, whatever. I might fix it later. Map it to tag tag dot get tag compound or get compound tag, whatever. Quality tag. And now map that to tag dot get tag list. Just this thing. No, 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 no. What are you doing? I think I need that. Now I want to do the same thing here. Okay, now we map this. This is what we're returning, by the way. For MBT base in the list. If it's an instance of MBT tag compound, and we basically just do this thing. It looks like I need to pass in the stack for it, not the slot. Okay, well, whatever. We'll figure this out. What are you even going on about? Oh, I need to change to that. Duplicate. Oh. Well, look at that. It is. And then if name dot equals ignore case mod dot get attribute dot get name, then do that. I guess this is mapped to double. And then we return value. Oh, wait, I guess. What are you even going on about? It's a double, right? Yeah. I think there's only the one map, so yeah. All right. Now it's just or else 0. I guess I can just cast it to float here, and then that does that. Okay, fine. Don't be static. So then what I actually need is the best way to do this is for this to be return this. Well, yeah, I can just pass in the item stack and the float for the armor and the float for the toughness. That's a better way to do it. Don't need these. Go back over here. Alter armor values. This is going to return well, okay, the slot is going to be item armor stack dot get item dot armor type. Butte, then go to stack. Wait, I don't need stack anymore. I have the slot. is going to be armor utils dot apply armor or modifier slot armor, and this is the same thing. Oh, okay, whatever. Cast it to float. Beautiful. Don't need that anymore. I don't think that U was used anywhere. Okay, that's fine. This is just all of this. Whoops. No, no, no. What are you doing? This is stack. Okay, and then this can just return armor values from quality, pass in the stack. Why are you bitching? Fine. Whatever. Doesn't matter. And then this is gonna have this using Shift using IntelliJ, and by extension GitHub, I see. You know, that's it's part of the job, you know? Gotta gotta improve the workflow. So that's the armor values from the quality. But this needs to return the altered stuff. So I need to do new armor values, pass in the armor, pass in the toughness, and add. I don't have an add. I'd have to add that. Oh, wait, better idea. Just do it the other way then. It's commutative. We're fine. Add this. Oh, there isn't. Whatever. Add the original armor, add the original toughness, call it done. Get rid of this. Ain't nobody needing that anymore. Oh wait, we don't need this either. Now it just uses the same thing, where it does this. And then it only does this once, which is so much better. I like that a ton more. This, don't pass in the slot, pass in the stack, not the sack. This one, do the same thing. Are you good? Can you not? I'm pretty sure it takes in, oh wait. I am genius level. have that, and then set AV to B. Injector dot alter armor values, pass in the stack. AV dot get armor, AV dot get tough, AV dot get toughness. Store it in the armor values because it makes sense. Get armor, AV dot get toughness. Don't need that anymore. Does it work? Did everything functional? We're gonna find out. This either works beautifully or spontaneously combusts. So, you know, par for the course, as far as I'm concerned. Now, personally, I would like for it to not spontaneously combust, but I am not the master of my own fate when it comes to this, anyway. Hey, bright side, we get fireworks either way. That's true. That is very true. All right. Will this work, or will it not? Why are you like this? Okay, we can fix that part. It says locational armor, though. I think I know what the problem was. I didn't change the reference value. So it's all seeing it as better than 2, which I guess technically it is. Yeah, because this has... Okay, it does state, and this is less. Right, like it is technically less, so. There's just a couple kinks we gotta work out here. Because clearly that's not quite right. It's close. It's very close. This has to be compared to, because I compared it to this. This should be compared to not this, but instead I don't have a clone constructor thing. Alright, whatever, it doesn't matter. av.get armor, av.get toughness. From the original one, from our new baseline is now dependent on the stuff we've injected here to change the armor value used, and then it only shows up if it matches, or if it's like different from whatever the baseline is. There we go. That actually wasn't that bad. I was expecting that to be a nightmare. Okay. Last time. Last build. Because I swear it works. Either it works or I'm done. Like, either way. I'm ready to see this working. Alright. This now functions. I am inevitable, dude. Oh my gosh, it actually works. Look at that! It actually says how much locational armor you have against an attack that has these types. And it doesn't show anything excess that it's not supposed to show. And it's color-coded, so if it's worse than usual... Okay, well, wait a second. Something right there is not quite correct. Okay, it's so close to being right. It is so close to being right. Thank you, thank you. I am cusp. All right, well, look, that's just a minor thing of like See, it's not. It shouldn't be this. It should be av.getArmor and av.getToughness. What is your dysfunction? Oh, you must be final or effectively final. Right. You know what to say to you? Get out of here. No, it shouldn't be AV. It should be the baseline value. It should be the baseline value. Right? Right? Because it shouldn't be the original armor. It should be this. It should be this AV. Yeah, it should be this AV. That seems right. But it has to be final or effectively final. Blah, you're annoying. Alright, cool. That is gonna work. We're gonna change this to original and original. Okay, that should probably work, I think. I think that should be good. That being said, I'm gonna be wrapping it here anyway, because I don't feel like building it again to test it. You know? Anyway, that's a minor, like, color code thing. Functionally, everything else is fine, so.